We move from the western coast of Norway now to just south of the capital city of Oslo to yet another slice of disc golf heaven here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. It's the Krokhol Open presented by Latitude 64. The last regular season event before a stretch of 2 PDGA Majors events here in Europe. Bringing it into the DGN booth, Brian Earhart, Juliana Korver. Yesterday's match play was pretty exciting, but now we have the main event, the Krokhol Open, happening. You said it yesterday. For the fans that are just tuning in today, this course is ranked number 1, and you also rank it as that. Can you kind of talk about why?
To start with, it is the most beautiful course I've ever been to. It is just stunning. And to top it off, the holes are incredibly unique, incredibly challenging, and just plain fun to play.
Now, for 3 rounds, what are the challenges the players are facing here? What do you feel like the players have to do if they want to win this tournament?
It offers a lot of different challenges. So not only do we have elevation both up and down, we have distance, we have some very tight holes. There's a little bit of out of bounds surrounding some of the holes. It really challenges. Now, actually, the basket positions in many cases are in a little bit of a treacherous position with slopes behind a lot of the pins and sometimes very close to the pins.
Well, there's so much talk about playing disc golf on traditional golf courses. And for what some people don't know, this course is on a former traditional golf course. And really, like you said, it's not going to play like that. You're in for a treat, folks. We're going to send it down to the ground for our third member of the broadcast, Nate Perkins. Nate, we know how much you're in love with this beautiful country. You said it about the PCS Open down there at Overos, but now we're here at Krokhol, number 1 course in the world. Bring us in. How is it out there?
Yeah, there's a big, shift between the fjords in northwestern Norway where PCS is and Krokhol. And, there's a slight disappointment to leave the mountainous landscape, to lead those dramatic cliffs. But then you arrive here at the course and that all kind of drifts away because I have to agree with JK. This is one of the most beautiful courses that you're going to see. And while it is, an old ball golf course, you don't notice that almost at all. And I think that's why Krokhol has kind of separated itself from other ball golf courses around the world and why it is ranked still as the number 1 course in the world. Diversity here. And JK mentioned the big downhill and the uphill. Personally, I love throwing downhill. I think disc golf is best served downhill. And we make the first climb on 1. And then 2 is the really big uphill hole on the entire property. And then from there, it almost feels like the rest of the course is kind of this gentle downhill slope, amazing shots on the 4th, huge downhill shots on the 11th and the 12th. And it's kind of endearing, guys, because the high today for the Europeans, 27 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's 80 degrees Fahrenheit for those back in the West. And I think it's kind of endearing how we get the warnings about those temperatures when, 80 degrees is a pretty ideal temperature to play disc golf in. And blue skies out here this morning, and the wind is down, less than 5 miles per hour right now. It's supposed to get up to 10 to 15 later in the afternoon. But for this FPO round, it is prime time scoring out there, guys. Happy to be joining you, JK and Brian. Back to you.
Well, Nate, to go along with what you were saying about the conditions, let's take a look at these current conditions. 24 degrees Celsius, 50% humidity, wind is down. It was a gentle breeze yesterday, but just enough to affect. And out here, any bit of wind is going to make this place tricky.
But as a whole, I would say that these are very scoreable conditions for the field.
Well, I wanted to ask you a quick question before we kind of kick things off. Right before major championships, you have an Elite Series event. What is the mindset for these players right before majors come up? Is it any different, or are players maybe not valuing this as much, maybe treating it as practice for the bigger ones?
Well, I don't think they're going to devalue the event, at least not consciously, but maybe subconsciously they're already looking forward to what's coming. It's hard to tell. It's going to be different per player.
Well, let's take a look I'm not Esa-Pekka Tupala, but Esa-Pekka Tupala gave us some picks. I'm subbing in for him today. Let's take a look at who he's picked this week for our Hold My Bag Fantasy Disc Golf picks. Tier 1, Ricky Wysocki. Tier 2, Adam Hammes. Tier 3, fan favorite in Finland, Vaino Makila. Lauri Lehtinen on a tear. And then Teemu Lampainen from Finland, another fantastic young player. You can also play yourself. Go to holdmybag.com to participate. Scan the QR code to participate yourself. $1,000 top prize for just a $10 entry. The top 150 get paid. You don't need to win to walk away with a little bit of cash. You can play now at holdmybagdg.com. And we are playing on the DGPT Europe Tour, but still points counting towards the Disc Golf Pro Tour overall point standings, but still separate rankings. Rachel Turton sits atop by almost 50 points over Kristen Lott, who spent a lot of her time over in the States. 13-year-old Julia Forsch in third place from Sweden. We're going to be talking about some of the young talent that's coming up here. We keyed in on it last week. But what are your thoughts? Let's key in on Julia, a 13-year-old with all the talent in the world.
Simply remarkable. It is so much fun to watch these young players, at least from my perspective, to watch these young players coming up so strongly. As a player in the field, I might be getting a little nervous about all of these teens and even pre-teens that are starting to shoot just super hot rounds. And we saw that at the Women's Nationals as well. I believe it was the under 12 woman who shot the highest rating. Unbelievable.
Also a little bit of pride, and here she is, kicking off her round. And now let's zoom out a little bit more. This is the current DGPT World standings. Holland Hanley is making her debut over here in Europe this year at this event. She is crushing the field this season in regards to points. Well, we're talking about Julia Forsch from Sweden being a young superstar that's blooming, but are you kidding me with the blossom of Cadence Burge in her career? Talk about what she did at Pickard Park, something that you hold pretty close to your heart.
Well, what's so interesting to me is that last year, Emily Weatherman was the winner and was the youngest winner at the time. And this year, Cadence came in just maybe a few weeks older than Emily was last year, so nearly breaking that record as well. There's just something about Pickard that allows these new players to really shine. And boy, has she had an outstanding year so far.
And I've gotten to speak with her father as well, and he's just so excited for her. He says she's all in on disc golf. She's so in love with being out here on the road, and he got to come over here with her. They're excited, getting over the jet lag, trying to understand how a country could get dark at 3 a.m., but they are getting over it, and Cadence will be making her debut here in Norway on the Chase card, the Chase feature card, along with another young superstar, Ida Emilia Nessa from Norway herself. It's going to be an exciting round to kick off this event. We're going to send it down to the tee of hole number 1 for this very card. Saarinen, Nessa, Burge, Karppinen.
'25 Krokhol Open presented by Latitude 64. Second feature card, FPO. First on tee from Uiti, Finland, and team MVP, Silva Saarinen. From Espeland, Norway, and Team Innova, Ida Emilie Nesse. From Huntsville, Alabama, US, Team Discmania. For the first time in Norway, Cadence Burge. From Turku, Finland, Team Latitude 64, Jenny Karpinen.
Very common miss on that right side on hole number 1. Your second feature card is off. Kicking off a wonderful 3-round event at currently the #1 ranked course in the world, the Krokhol Disc Golf Park, right here just south of Oslo, Norway. And let's take a look at some facts about this course. Par 63 layout combines tight wooded fairways, open fields, significant elevation changes, and that's because it's a perfect storm. You found an old traditional golf course that, and we joked about it yesterday, I can't imagine playing traditional golf on some of these tight fairways. There's tons of professional amenities. They have done so much to make Norway a serious destination in the world of disc golf. It was an 18-hole traditional golf course. Local disc golf clubs and movers and shakers in this area were looking for properties to put bids in to put disc golf courses in the ground, and it just so happens that this place, apparently found on Google Maps, was wanting to sell off that back 9. A true match made in heaven. Karpinen, second shot here on 1. We're not going to see too many birdies on hole number 1.
You can see Silva running halfway up the hill so that she can spot the basket. From her position, it is completely blind.
It's all depth perception here. Gave it a soft bid. Par for the course with what we saw yesterday in the match play. highlight reel shots, hitting metal all over the place. FPO, Ezra Robinson kicking off his round yesterday with an ace on hole 1. Now Cadence.
Ida with the advantage of being able to see the basket from her position.
And, go ahead and try to play to that left side, but then the OB on the left comes up quick.
I don't consider playing to that left side. It is pretty hard to get your disc to stop before that out of bounds line.
And you're going to see that kind of across the board on this course. Lots of fast greens, very specifically placed baskets to say, okay, you can come in with hyzer, but you better come in with some soft speed. Saarinen sick last week, had to drop out. For par. No problem. That's going to be a tap-in par. Now Karppinen, also for par. Shaky way to start the day. Karppinen, by the stats, has struggled with Circle 1 this year. And Burge is good. Your second feature card, moving on to hole number 2, and with that, we will take a quick commercial break here on the network. We will see you on the other side for tee shots of our lead feature card.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
My name's Paul Uliberry, and I use the Uli Signature All-Terrain cart. I use the All-Terrain because when I'm on tour, I typically use a lot more discs than a lot of people, and this is the slimmest cart you're gonna get with the most disc capacity. It's easy to navigate around the course, and the height of the seat, perfect for rest spot. Also easy to transport in your vehicle from spot to spot. If you're like me and you carry a lot of discs, this is the cart for you.
The DGPT Krokhol Open presented by Latitude 64 is on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the official pro tour of the PDGA. And next week, the first European PDGA major of the year is going to be free with a DGN free subscription for round number 1. It is not going to be on YouTube. You need the DGN free to get that free round 1 coverage. Rounds 2, 3, and 4 will be on DGN Pro. Scan the QR code and get some for yourself. Now up ahead to hole 2, Emilia Nessa.
Very nice shot right in the middle of the fairway. Just want to make sure that you don't hit the out of bounds on the right-hand side. The more you can climb the hill, the better.
Those branches on that high left side really frame up what the players have to deal with. And there's a sloped green sloping down to the left on that second shot. Where do players ideally want to be on this drive? Do they want to play farther down the fairway or more left?
I think ideally you want distance on this drive. If you're up the fairway, it doesn't matter if you're on the right side or the left side. If you're up far enough, you'll be able to see the basket and thus calculate much better how to approach the green.
Carping into a nice flat spot. And let's flash back to the 2023 Krokhol Open. Silva Saarinen, your champion. And it feels like the floodgates have been opened with Silva Saarinen. She's come so close. She won a bunch in Europe, finally getting wins over here in the United States. But this is when we first started to see, okay, she is a real serious contender that people need to watch out for. And then 2024, Kristen Lott, formerly Tatar, winning this tournament over Saarinen. And I got a feeling we're going to be seeing those two battling back and forth for years to come. And speaking of Kristen Lott, we will be seeing her on this lead feature card. Your world number 1. And there she is, your world number 1, Kristen Lott. After a disappointing final round of the PCS Open, giving the victory to Evelina Salonen. I spoke to her a bit about that round, and she said, you know what? I don't even know what I can chalk it up to. It felt shocking, actually. The disc just wasn't going where I wanted. When it did go where I wanted, the result was not what I wanted. And she said, I'm not going to let those rounds define me. I love the sport of disc golf. I'm excited to see my training come to fruition in this tournament here, right before I go back to my home country of Estonia.
Kristen seems to have a better ability than most in not taking things too seriously. When something bad happens, she brushes it off, moves on to the next thing, doesn't hold on to it and let it affect future outcomes.
Well, I want to ask you, as we watch her battle with Silva Saarinen last year, it's kind of a paradox almost. You to care deeply about something, it's almost like you have to not care about certain things. Can you speak to that a little bit? I mean, everybody in the field has a very high skill level, but it's those that can get out of their own way that succeed the most. And if there were an easy path to doing so, then we wouldn't speak about it so much. But it's an intangible, and it is so hard to capture. And once you do capture it, it's very easy to just fly away again. So Kristen seems to have a better grasp on that whole concept than the rest of the field. Saarinen now sticking the green here on hole number 2. Nice little downhill circle's edge putt. Kick off your day. Your scores: Madison Walker, Hannah Wynn, Josephine Johansson, all 2 under par. We'll take a quick commercial break, and we will see you on the other side for lead feature card tee-offs.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
Zero gravity. What now?
I don't know. They have to land at some point.
I'm Anthony Varela. I got the MBPX1 by Grip Equipment, and it's quickly become my favorite bag I've ever owned.
We are outside.
We are together.
Oh my!
We are healthy.
We are inclusive.
Smile.
Smile. You are playing
Disc golf.
PDGA Europe.
Smile.
Welcome back. And if you are in the mood to play a little DGPT Daily Fantasy, here is your next bet on Kristen Lett. 1.5, better or worse. Is she winning the tournament or is she not winning the tournament? That's how good Kristen is. To participate in regulated sports wagering on DGPT events or to play DGPT Daily Fantasy, head on over to nextbets.com/playdgpt. Betting on DGPT events is not available in all states and jurisdictions. You can check out nextbets.com/playdgpt to learn more about gaming options in your area and start playing today. Beautiful scenic drone flyover of the opening hole of the Krokhol Disc Golf Park.
'25 Krokhol Open, presented by Latitude 64. Feature card for ladies. First on tee from Pärnu, Estonia, and team Latitude 64. Give it up for Christine Latt. fra Horten, Norge. Team Thought Space Athletics. Applaus for Lykke Lorentzen. From Tartu, Estonia, also Team Latitude 64, Katie Tate. From Grapevine, Texas, US, Team Discraft, and for the first time in Norway, Holland Hanley.
And that is a park job in the bullseye for Hanley. That's going to be only the third birdie on the day. On the massive starting hole, 364 feet uphill. And the lead feature card is off. And you know what? That was so good. That's going to be our one-shot energy replay. What are we seeing here?
Throwing it out to the right-hand side, you have to have the perfect height so that you don't get too much skip, don't come in with too much angle. She's actually using the side hill to slow that down, and then it rolls right towards the pin. Beautifully done.
Almost feels like if you wanted to fly the green and hit the flat spot, it has to come in so soft. Beautiful shot from Hanley. Now up ahead, Burge. Touchy hole number 3.
Fading a little it. She's asking it to stop. She's pin high, but she is down left. Be quite a ways from the basket.
Love to see the standstill from Saarinen. There's a slab of rock right next to the pin you have to watch out for.
She'll have a long look at birdie.
Karpinen.
I think that was probably a beneficial tree kick there. There is a slope down on the right-hand side as well as the left.
Lorentzen did find herself out of bounds. Little pitch up, wind picking up. Sending it down to our third member, Nate Perkins. Nate, we're seeing the trees blowing in the background. A little gusty out there this morning.
Yeah, it just started to blow out of the northwest today. Looking like 10 miles per hour right now, and it's actually supposed to pick up gusts up to 18 in the next hour and a half, Brian.
Then I will ask you, Juliana, what does that do to the strategy throwing off some of these hills?
Well, part of the problem is that many of the tee pads are quite protected, and you're throwing out of a gap, so you may not be able to tell the strength or the direction of the wind. So that does definitely bring up some other factors.
Kristen's second. I remember asking a similar question to Missy Gannon last year at D-Glow, and she said, when it's swirling or it's gusty and you can't quite tell what it is, you take something stable and you make an educated guess the best you can. That was the bogey look for Lorenzen. Not going to fall. It'll be a double bogey more than likely to start the day. And Hanley joins Maria Elde Kristinardottir and Kaya Wall on the very challenging hole number 1. Tap-ins for par. Lead feature card moves on to hole number 2. And again, next week begins a stretch of tournaments. We're having DGN Pro is pretty important. And you know what? You can scan the QR code and get 35% off their next month or their first month of DGN Pro for the same price as DGN Standard. Again, scan and subscribe. Use code Krokhol Pro to get your first month of DGN Pro at the same price as a month of DGN Standard. Offer is valid until Sunday, July 13th. Let's fly hole number 2.
Hole number 2, it's 144 meters. That's 472 feet. Par 4, about 9 meters, almost 30 feet of elevation gain. Players throw through a gap off the tee with a slight uphill grade from tee to green. The uphill grade, coupled with a few low-hanging limbs just off the tee, make it hard to get enough height to get up there. Here we can see the green is on a very steep angle from right down to left. It also has that protected tree, which makes the position in the fairway important in order to be able to see the basket and get a better calibration as to where your upshot should go.
Player like Holland or Kristen just trying to get that soft sidearm with that slow approach disc into the green.
It's a great shot. One thing that's so interesting about this fairway are all the undulations. So you could be 5 feet from somebody else but have a very different shot because of the angle of your run-up.
Now Kristen. She even remarked last week at the PCS Open that she was surprising herself with some of the distance shots she was throwing, and I was kind of feeling the same way. This timing looks fantastic from Kristen right now. Katie Tati up the fairway. And now Lorenzen hoping to bounce back after the double bogey. And a fine shot. Already a huge gallery starting to follow and gather around this lead feature card. Perkins, can you talk to us about the Norwegian disc golf community that's kind of centered around Oslo?
Yeah, it's a hub. Got to play a couple really nice courses just up the road yesterday. You know, we're on the outskirts. It was funny this morning, Brian, I get to the bus stop and Holland Hanley is there with her partner and caddy Tyler, and we get on the bus. You know, there's 30 or 40 people, and you start off in zone 1, and it's a short, 10-minute bus ride to zone 2. We get off the bus, and every single person gets off the bus because they're headed to the same venue. They're headed to Krokhol to watch. Now I see all those fellow bus passengers here following this lead card. They're actually looking at a different wind direction now on these second shots. A little bit of a head right to left. Still have to climb a bit, but then kind of drops back downhill, and this green really severely tapers from right to left.
Tough backhand to play to that left side of the green. Katie Tati currently ranked 13th in the DGPT Euro Tour standings.
Fantastic. You just mentioned how hard that backhand shot is. Katie able to get that up in the air and make it turn enough that it's going to climb the hill without cut rolling back down the hill.
It's one of my favorite shots to watch, is that backhand turnover that finds the angle of the slope. And that's why you blast the tee shot. Holland gets to throw just a soft flick into the green. And Kristen way in front of her. A little bit of crosswind, it looks like. Both players looking in form right now. Take a look at this standstill again from Katie Tati.
Such nice control over the angle of that disc.
And that's going to be a tap-in birdie. And Perkins was not kidding. Gallery already flooding this lead feature card. And it's really best of both worlds. You have this beautiful remote property, but it's just outside the capital city of the country. Perfect storm. Now, young Julia Forsch on 5. Got it! Birdie. She's sitting at 2 under par. She's tied for the lead. Missed putt there for Lorenzen. Slow start. Kristen in for birdie. And man, we see Holland's head almost below the basket. Just gives some perspective on how incredible the putt from Saarinen was on this very hole when she was standing maybe feet above the basket.
Exactly. Very unnatural angle towards the pin.
Lorenzen will not get the birdie. She taps in par, and they move on to hole number 3. Got this opening tee shot on 1. Big power shot. Big power shot off the tee on 2, and now the players go into the woods on 3 for a little bit of technicality.
Hole 3 is only 69 meters. That's 226 feet. And very tight, maybe 12, 15 feet gap.
Now Julia going turnover on 6. Wow. She's listed as putting for birdie from 32 feet. You were mentioning this yesterday. It kind of shapes up for both, but there's challenges for both spins. Gallery funneling into the woods. Got your world number 1 and number 2 both having fantastic seasons. I think the ramp up to Worlds and the festival is going to be exciting. We're going to see Missy Gannon come out for the first time in Estonia. Saarinen getting over the illness. Here she is on 5.
That's a fine shot. You just want to be in the middle so that you've got a good look at the basket.
Ace run from Hanley. Great speed control on that putter.
We mentioned it yesterday during match play. She does a really good job kind of putting that nose up to put on the air brakes, not going too far past.
Kristen more direct. Oh, skips off the top of the wall 2 inches lower. That would have stayed. Look at the pin from circle 2. Katie Tati keeps it low. That's going to be short, but still a putt for birdie. Now Lorenzen. And that is not going to be a fairway hit for Lorenzen. We were just talking about it. Holland being able to slow down all these long levers that she has, just so impressive.
So she still takes the same run up, keeping her timing the same, but she's slowing down her arm and she's putting the nose of the disc up a little bit to make sure that it doesn't fly past the pin.
And it's funny, you know, some players, we were joking about it yesterday, some players have a tough time throwing the disc nose down, but Holland has had to learn the opposite. She learned the speed, she learned the power. But now this touch game is just coming along so nicely. Look at this.
Just slowly floats back down to the basket.
And it's funny, she's not putting extra hyzer on it or anything. You know, a lesson I learned from Michael Johansson. If you want to make the disc more stable in a subtle way, throw it a little higher, pop the nose up a little bit. Lorenzen second. Caddy and husband Greg Diaz on the bag. They are expecting their first child in the coming months. Congratulations to the two of them. Greg, a longtime mover and shaker on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, one of the hardest working people I've had the pleasure of working with. So, again, congratulations to the two of you. Saarinen, second shot on 5. Now Cat Merge for birdie on 6. Tricky green. And that's going to be a tap in 4 for Lucky. Now Tati, birdie look. No chance. Just lay up. Take the easy 3. Tati has struggled from circle 1 this year. Throwing stats great. Now Kristen takes a safari deep of the pin. Online.
Just a few inches too low. Very good effort.
Holland lines up yet another birdie look from circle one. Hanley looking solid. I feel like, a couple years ago in a hole like this, maybe Holland might be trying to force some sort of forehand or try to manufacture something, but I love that she took the shot the hole was designed to have and was able to execute it well. Tap in pars for Katie, Kristen. Just like that. Moving on, number 4. Now Julia, hole 6 for birdie after a beautiful backhand turnover.
You can't tell from this angle, but on the right side of that basket, it drops off very quickly. Thus the layup for Julia.
Quick commercial break here on the Disc Golf Network. On the other side, more disc golf action for you folks. We'll see you soon.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that tea bag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Oh yeah, that's actually really nice.
Whoa, okay. If you are someone who likes to throw overstable and have it flex, that's gonna be a really good disc for you to check out at a 7-speed.
That flew really nice. No glide at all. I guess that's what it's made for, right? With the concave top, pretty cool.
I feel like that could be pretty useful, especially when throwing into some wind.
I think there's gonna be a lot of people who really enjoy the way this feels for the forehand.
I really love this. I definitely think there's a slot for this in the bag, and I can't wait to use it on tour.
Ben's a pro who spent $25 on his premium driver and threw it 413 feet, which means he spent about 6 cents per foot for his shot. Matt's a total noob, but he only spent $5 for his premium driver on discountdiscgolf.com. He throws his 213 feet, which means Matt only spent 3 cents per foot for his shot, making him the clear winner in this distance battle. Cheap discs are better. It's science.
Welcome back to the Disc Golf Network's coverage of the 2025 Krokhol Open presented by Latitude 64. Hole 4. Holland Hanley, she's perfect so far.
Inside of circle 1, just got another opportunity for birdie.
It says 384. How long does this hole actually play?
I'm not sure it even plays like 300. It is probably close to 40 feet downhill. It is significantly downhill.
Kristen not getting the angle right. Feels like maybe a little stall out to the right. You saw Holland go slower disc. Let's see what Tati does now. Really nice shot, putting from circle 1. And lucky out in the fairway. want to throw it down to Nate Perkins as we take a look at Holland Hanley and her caddy Tyler. We were talking during the commercial break. Holland looks sharp right now.
Yeah, I was chatting with her this morning on the bus ride and talking about her decision to skip PCS and start with this one. Said she really felt like she needed a break. If she, strung all of those events together, it might cause some issues. And she was dealing with a sickness during Des Moines, and she actually just kind of shook that sickness a couple days ago. So she said it feels really good to just play some disc golf, play a full round, and not be fatigued by the end of it. Definitely looking sharp so far this morning. Really starting to warm up down here, guys. Kind of a shade golf day.
Kristen kind of sawing off that drive. Going to that classic Kristen pan forehand. Not too shabby. Still a little bit of work left. Holland putting for birdie just inside the circle. Lorenzen's par also just inside circle one. Solid putt. Slowly warming up. Now Hanley's birdie. First mistake of the day. Just pushes it off to the left side. Looks like she felt it right away.
Little body English trying to get it to hold on to those chains.
I know it wasn't a good release, but please just get back right somehow. Oh, Tati's birdie. And no one capitalizing on the good drives here on 4. Now Kristen to save par. And that's what she's been telling us that she's been struggling with all year. Currently 76% from circle 1, 12th place on tour, and it's those putts just outside the bullseye.
So as the shot becomes easier from the perspective of the crowd, that's when the pressure becomes higher to the player, because there's no way that they can miss such an easy shot. And so they feel like it's that much harder because everybody else thinks that it's a foregone conclusion. So it's common for that 15-footer to be the scariest one. And when you get out to Circle's Edge, 30-foot, if you miss that one, nobody's going to really talk about it too much. So there's less pressure and it's easier to do then.
That will be a bogey for Kristen Lott. Ida Milianesa now throwing the turnover on 6. And from what I've seen so far, you got to get pretty close to feel comfortable running this putt. Down the hill a little bit. That's going to be a little risky. Jenny Karppinen.
Did not get quite enough turn on that. Filters through nicely, though.
And a bit of an uphill putt. It feels like a little bit more favorable. Still a really tough green. Now cadence. Not getting the turn on the backhand turnover. Likely a layup to the green. Holland Hanley throwing forehand on 5. Talk about this tee shot. What is Holland thinking about going for here?
This is another blind shot. The fairway is off to the right-hand side. There's an OB line on the left, which might be why she's going to the forehand. It's a nice-looking shape. Right in the middle of the fairway. Well done.
Yeah, if you have that power sidearm, it almost feels like there's no other option for a player like that. We've seen Katie Tati throw some huge backhand turnover in the past. And just a bit much. Hits the brakes, a little bit short in the fairway, but still out in the open. Kristen looking to match Holland. Kristen says she loves this course. She loves that it's forehand friendly. Now Silva for birdie on 6. From down the hill. What a camera angle that was. Head below the basket, uphill putt. Back to Julia Forsch for birdie on 7. And that is another one. Currently clean, 3 under par through 7 holes. Let's take a look at 5.
Hole 5, 175 feet, 175 meters, 574 feet. Out of a gap, wanting to turn the disc over. The second shot, then, you need to determine if you want to go on the left side of these trees or the right-hand side. On the left, the OB comes into play pretty quickly. On the right, it's a much smaller gap to try to hit that window. The land slopes away behind, to the right, and to the left of the basket.
Flyover. Brought to you by Zenni, eyewear for everyone. Katie Tati on the right side. Safe, simple. Lorenzen's second shot. Just looking to play for par. Now Saarinen up ahead after a great birdie on 6.
Subtle turnover over those trees right in the middle of the fairway. Exactly what she needed.
Kristen back on 5, second shot.
That came out early.
And that's like a once in every 20 throws for Kristen mistake. Normally those flex shots are pretty dialed in. You're going to see Holland do something different. She slows down, slower disc, and just blasts it on one angle. And that's going to be a look for birdie for Holland. You know, I would say stylistically, it's much more pleasing to the eye to watch those long, drifty flex shots that Kristen likes to throw. But then on the other side, it's interesting to see Holland take that completely different approach. More power, less shaping. Now, Katie Tati, third shot. Standstill game is on point today. Another great approach into the green. Ida, now up ahead, 7. 17 years old, another fantastic juniors player. Reigning and current junior national or junior champion of all of Europe.
Three very similar shots.
Definitely making this pretty tough tee shot look pretty easy. Now Cadence looking to make something happen. Look at this. And another nice shot. Julia Forsch. Tricky hole number 8.
Filtered a little to the left.
Gotta fix the husband's caddy attire. You can't... Come on, Greg. He's normally a stylish boy. His standards are high.
Little tentative after the miss on the previous hole. This is about the same distance, but here we've got the drop off behind the basket.
And Kristen is going to get that stroke back after the birdie or the bogey on 4. Tati, after a really nice standstill approach, grabs the par. And they cruise on over to hole number 7. Sorry, 6. Saarinen's second shot. A little bit of drop off on that green, but still right there in circle 1. She's about 15, 20 feet away.
It's a little bit of a short par 4. The key is not to try to do too much on the first drive. Make sure you're in the middle. You can see that from here they can just see the flag on top of the basket. The fairway gets narrower as you get closer to the pin. Pulled that a little bit to the right.
Now Emilianessa, second shot way up the fairway. And now way down the hill, putting for birdie. Holland Hanley on the 6th, going forehand. Katie Tati showing off the other line that you can throw here.
That's beautiful.
That's the blueprint right there. Really, really nicely done.
And it came in low enough that there was no way that that was going to go past the basket.
Kristen threw an absolute dime of a forehand in match play yesterday.
I think she got a tiny bit lucky on that one. She was a little bit inside, caught those trees, saving her from going down the hill.
Yeah, and you got to put a little height on it, at least from my perspective, if you're throwing the forehand, so you just kind of get that bounce and that stick. Let's take a look again at this backhand.
Getting it way up in the air and being able to control that angle so it stays on that turn and doesn't fade out.
And then just last second, catches flat. So nice. Katie Tati also has her veterinarian degree, so, you know, this disc golf thing ever doesn't work out, I think she's going to be quite all right. Also a pretty respected coach and tournament organizer out there in Estonia. Karppinen on 7. Yeah, Karppinen's shot shows you how truly far up the fairway you can get if you get a hold of that tee shot. Green of 7, Silva in for birdie. Wind is up. Doesn't matter.
Silva is impervious to the wind.
That is the best Circle 2 putter on the Disc Golf Pro Tour right now. 3rd place in Circle 1X putting. I would say right now, undisputed in regards to reputation. Lucky Lorenzen for par. Just a layup. Let's see if Holland can get back on the horse here. This is for birdie. Kristen's sidearm getting stopped short. Kristen makes good for the birdie. And Lorenzen's bogey. Going to be seeing that putt a lot today, she says. Just tapping in like that just lessens the stress. Cadence Burge or par. Tap-ins on hole 7, but now our lead feature card gets to the same hole. And let's take a look at the Birdie Pro Birdie Zone.
Ambitious with that yellow going all the way up to circle 2. Yes, anything in the middle, as long as you have a look at the basket, then you have an opportunity to birdie. It's when you get just a foot or two off the fairway that you have trouble on this hole.
You can grab your copy of the best-selling disc golf board game by heading to BodaBrothers.com and grab one for yourself. Julia Forsch now going to the forehand on 8. Smart play laying up before the OB. Backhand hyzer into the green now. Nate Perkins, we've kind of been keying in on hole 7. Can you kind of give us your perspective being out there on the ground?
Yeah, I'm standing up here in the fairway. Landing zone's, it's not too wide, maybe 15 meters across at its widest. And you want to push pretty far up this fairway because the approach can be pretty precarious. Behind and left of this pin, it steeps off rather quickly. Most players are going to try and approach to the right side. And the wind it's hard to read today. JK kind of mentioned that. A lot of these tee shots are pretty protected. You can't really tell. Up here in the fairway, it's swirling from right to left. A little bit of headwind for them at the moment. I think forehand's going to play really well for Holland.
No OB on this hole. And it hits the brakes. She overturned this one on hole 5. See if she can correct. And now Kristen making the correction on the wing angle, gets the flex to kind of stall out nicely. And Lorenzen's going to find herself in the middle of the fairway. As they walk up the fairway of 7, we're going to take a commercial break here in the network. We will see you on the other side.
Experience is the greatest teacher, and I'm so blessed after 40 years and 150 so courses, every project I'm still learning. I think when you get down to it, a lot of it is about vision. There's the vision for individual holes, there's the vision for the property and what it can become as a course and what it can become as a venue. And then there's the vision for what disc golf can become.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket, and each of them have a consistent grip. So as you cycle through the series, you won't have to change the way that you hold the disc. These are torque-resistant discs that are more stable than the PA series, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Made from the earth, Rhino harnesses the power of plants and the sun to create topical performance products that are good for us and our earth. Formulated by a pharmacist and built by a chef, Rhino's unique line of products helps adventurers perform better and enhance recovery.
Welcome back. Julia Forsch now on 8, third shot into the green.
That looks like it was far enough to reach the green.
Just fantastic speed from Julia. Kristen Lott now second shot on 7. Same mistake she made on 5.
She's not looking quite as crisp as she did yesterday during match play.
She is going to be pin high, putting for birdie. 19 feet. And now Katie Tati going back to the bread and butter. Why not? That's going to be just fine. Little bit of wind to deal with on the uphill putt. Might make things a little tricky. See if Holland can stick her forehand. And that will play. Holland sitting at 4 under par through 6, and a couple just inside the circle birdie misses. Up ahead, Silvasarn on the tee of 8.
Absolutely perfect. Such a tight window, and you can't have it fading either direction as it finishes. It's very, very hard to remain in the middle of that fairway.
Lucky Lorenzen having to traverse the steep slope. And she is way down there. Okay. That would have been nice. Tap in ahead now. Kristen lines up her birdie putt. Maybe a misread on the wind there.
Looked a little bit rushed.
And that is another circle one miss for Kristen, who's had quite a few opportunities for birdie already. Katie Tati not going to make good on her birdie. Hanley moves to 5. You know, you get just inside circle one, you miss a couple of putts here and there that are not necessarily gimmies. I don't think she's sweating it too much. And Julia taps in the par on 8. She's still clean, 3 under par. And she sits in a tie for second place. Up to Ida Amelia Nessa. Her second shot on 8.
Push that. Needed to be a little bit farther forward to be able to see the basket, but she'll be able to hyzer around to the green. Here we're looking at hole 8. It's 209 meters, 720 feet. This is a par 5. The first shot is very tricky to stay in the middle of the fairway, and if you are off the fairway at all, then you really probably are going to have to lay up before this OB circle, and then the basket is tucked down to the left in this very thick grove of trees on a pretty severe incline.
Another beautiful drone fly through brought to you by Zenni. Eyewear for everyone. Cadence Burge. She mentioned on social media the newfound perspective she has after realizing how tough jet lag is to get over. Is quite impressive what some of these European players do every single season. Keying in on Julia Forsch on 9. Not going to get the turn.
But kicking into the fairway, having a look at the basket, should be able to save her 3.
Karppinen, second shot on 8. Look at this line.
Beautifully done, looking straight down at the basket.
Looking at our lead feature card, waiting to tee off on 8. And I want to ask you, JK, we're talking about perspective being out there on the tour. What was your perspective like coming out here for the first time and playing disc golf in Europe?
You keep asking me about when I played disc golf in Europe, and actually it's freestyle and overall that I've done in Europe. I haven't played any disc golf only tournaments. Let's see, last year I played one in Sweden. But, you know, at this age, it's a completely different perspective no matter where I am. But the main thing that I feel is just gratitude that the sport has offered so many wonderful gifts, and the opportunity to travel to different countries, beautiful countries, and to meet the people is one of the great gifts that Frisbee offers people.
Julia trying to throw that forehand up to the green. Not going to happen. It's going to be a long look to save the par. And that's going to be pretty solid for Cadence Burge.
There are a lot of shots out here that are blind, whether it be drives, approaches. It's one thing that kind of common filter throughout the course. You really need to know the course and know your shots well to be able to hit the lines that you can't visualize.
Kristen somewhat struggling to score on this front nine. She sits at 1 under par, tied for 11th place. Couple of missed putts inside C1. Holland currently in the driver's seat.
That's fine. Right in the middle. I think had that not hit the rock, it would have been exceptional, but it is still very, very good.
Katie Tati riding that right side.
Hoping to see it filter down. I don't think she did.
Feels like the better miss would be to kind of turn the disc over right and maybe hit that berm and kind of roll back. Left, I don't think you're going to get as forgiving of a push.
Wow. Wow. That is so far down the fairway that she's got an opportunity to fly that out of bounds lake and even put it at the opening of the green.
Lorenzen. Nice little mini flex. This is really nice as well. Yeah, like we were saying, Kristen's throwing farther than maybe I've ever seen her throw. It's clicking really well on that higher power backhand. Let's see the eagle. Let's see her go for the green. Let's take a look at this drive again.
Very subtle hyzer flip. Perfectly flat, right in the middle of the fairway.
And a lot of times, a form check is not enough to diagnose when timing is not feeling perfect. You know, it's such a little feeling for Kristen. Nate, we're talking about this smash of a hyzer flip that we just saw from Kristen. What do you make of it from your perspective?
Yeah, really high level shot. Probably the best one that we're going to see potentially on the weekend. And she's definitely in eagle range. She's probably just outside 100 meters. And the common miss that we see players make on this approach is just fading too early. You really want to see this second shot for her flatten out for quite some time before getting that late fade down into the gap.
Cadence, you got to jingle jangle the chains. It's a star birdie. Well done. Green is clear. Feature card second shots. Katie just off to the right by a few feet. Gonna have to pitch out. Brenson going soft forehand. Looking to play for par here, it looks like. Potential shot to throw the backhand flex. Once you get past this OB kind of circle in the middle, there is no OB after that. Might have to contend with that bush just a tiny bit. Now a par save opportunity for Julia. She will take the bogey, go back to 2 under par, tied for 4th place. Katie just left to pitch out on that second shot, now back in the middle. Let's see if she opens this one up a bit.
Didn't get enough flex on that. I think she's going to hit the edge of the trees.
Yeah, still quite a ways to go. That actually might not be an easy up and down from there. And we're still walking up to the first shot from Kristen. And let's see what she's lining up. No eagles yet.
Hitting a tree, kicking her back to the right. I would have liked to have seen where that would have ended up, but I was a little surprised at the height of that shot. I was expecting something a little bit higher so that when it slowed down, it would fade left down into the green.
Silva Saarinen now up on the par 3 9th. A little bit short. Plays a lot longer than it looks, 85 meters, but it does not play that. Carpenet not able to shape the line. Let's see if Ida can make the correction here. And that will do it for your junior European champion. And Cadence got on the board last hole. And short left. Up to 10.
10, another really fun downhill shot.
Look at this shot. I love that this course lets the player show off the whole skill set. We've seen some good forehands from Julia. We saw the big turnover on 6. Now the downhill putter. Holland in the only bush for a little bit on this side of the fairway. 10 or 11 meters away. And that green really just keeps going downhill. Ida for birdie on 9. Got it. And everybody else in that second feature card gets the par. Emilia Nessa goes to 3 under par, tied for second place, heading on into the back 9. Lorenzen's 4th, tricky approach to the green.
Finds a gap, gets it fairly close to the basket.
And yeah, I'm not sure if that second shot from Kristen was just a misfire and she was trying to send it higher. I'm kind of thinking if you just throw it into that gap, go downhill, pitch it up, take the birdie. And this is tricky. This is her 4th. It's going to put herself just inside circle 1. Hitting the brakes on the slope. That's going to be a drop-in birdie for Kristen. And now I think we've just been shown eagle can be done. Julia after just a beautiful shot downhill. Gets the birdie. Moves back to 3. Holland's birdie look. Just outside C1. That's the stroke she was looking for on holes 4 and 5. Hard on the strong side.
Three in a row for the second time for Holland this round already.
And really the only 2 real mistakes, a couple of 29-footers that she just chained out with. Tati will not be making her par putt. That will be a 6. Putting her back to 1 under par. It's been a tough day. Tati taps in the bogey. Kristen parked for birdie. And that will take her to 2 under par. Quick commercial break here on the Disc Golf Network. We will see you soon on the other side for tee shots on hole number 9.
come over here, like this way. So you're gonna line up straight to the gap also. Go try again.
Yes, this ad is exactly that boring. Luckily, our backpacks are much cooler than this video, and you can also use the promo code to get the bag at a great price on our website, puredisc.net. Same-day shipping and worldwide delivery.
Yeah, sure.
Hammes needs to get something going. And in Adam Hammes! Hole in one! Incredible!
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
And welcome back to the Disc Golf Network's coverage of the 2025 Krokhol Open presented by Latitude 64. Here's 13-year-old Julia Forsch on hole number 11. She's 3 down. She's the real deal.
You know, it's so remarkable that all these young players have such poise at such a young age.
It felt like when Cadence Burge was doing her interview in Des Moines that she had done them for years.
Exactly.
Ida Emilianesa now on 10. Common mistake. And if you got the standstill, I say go for it. Pulled from Silva Saarinen. That will not play. Karppinen sticks the green. Saarinen not out of bounds where she's at.
The left side of that fairway is out of bounds, not the right. Saarinen on the right side.
Holland on 9.
Squeaking by those trees with enough power to climb up that hill a little bit.
Listed at 85 meters, plays probably what, closer to 95?
Yes.
Yeah, you see driver out of Kristen's hand.
Yeah, it feels like I should be able to get there with a fairway, but I ended up needing a driver.
Tricky shot, tough to get. Just fine, up the middle. Kristen back in the fairway, her second, just a soft forehand. Little meat left on the bone there. Chance for her to grab some confidence from that range. Katie Tati, not known to throw the forehand a ton. but gets the job done.
Make that 4 under.
Just a nasty shot to get that birdie on 11. Holland's birdie look. Holland Hanley moves to 7 down on the front 9. And this was a confident make. High on the strong side. Never a doubt there. Kristen will grab the par. And a nice conversion there with the forehand for Tati. She'll also grab the par and move on. Scorching start for Holland Handley. Moving on to hole 10.
Hole 10, 105 meters, 344 feet downhill, a good 12, 13 meters of elevation lost. This is a really fun shot to throw. You have OB all along the left-hand side. You need to make sure that your disc is on a downward trajectory so that it doesn't fade out left over the OB or fly too long straight behind the basket, which is also out of bounds.
Here is Jenny Karppinen on 10 for birdie. Got it. Beautiful play on that tailwind. Taking a look at your scores. Holland Hanley being chased by Julia Forsch. Ella Hansen at 3 down. Anneli Togias-Maniste also at 3. Tied with Hannah Wynn. Really dynamic course that, yes, favors distance in some ways, but also favors the other side of things. Now hole 18, Anneli Togias-Maniste currently at 3 down. Her 4th shot on the par 5. And that's going to put her to a maybe 7-meter headwind putt. Hanley lining up the shot on hole 10. Perkins let us know it was a left to right out here.
Needs to come back.
And there is the mistake. Kristen not able to execute. That kicks off to the left side, I believe.
This is another one of those protected tees where the players most likely can't feel that wind.
Katie Tati getting a couple of wind reads.
Like a beneficial correction by that tree.
And Lorenzen bleeding off to the right. Hole 10 challenging with this wind blowing towards the out of bounds. Back to Jenny Karppinen. Up ahead on 11.
Pulled that a little to the right, catching all of the trees.
We saw Julia Forsch give us the blueprint of how to play this whole low bullet hyzer flip. Really nice shot. That's going to give her a birdie look. Cadence sitting at even par, tied for 18th.
Also, very nice shot. Birdie opportunity for Ida.
Kristen's third shot after going out of bounds. Silva-Saarinen on 11. Tiny bit off the line. She's going to be on that right side with an obstructed putt. And the cameras are loving Julia Forsch today, hole 12.
Another picture-perfect drive.
Lucky's going to put the forehand just a bit short inside circle 1. Flag still, at least for the moment. As we watch Katie Tati line up her long look to the pin, Perkins, hole 10, playing tough right now. Can you kind of let us in on maybe why?
Yeah, well, you have that initial gap off the tee, and then there's just OB all around the fairway and the green. And then with the wind, you can't really tell, again, up on the tee, just can't tell what it's doing out there. And the FPO tee pad is actually a little bit higher than the MPO. So there's just a lot riding on getting that exact nose angle correct, getting the wind read right. It's no surprise to me that it's playing difficult today. And Holland, I thought, might have clipped some inbounds up just outside the circle, but it looks like her last spot was at the edge of C2. So she's got a big downhill left to right wind for this par save.
Soft bid there for Hanley. It's going to be the first bogey of the day. Takes her back to 6 down, still in the lead. She'll be 2 up on Julia Forsch, who's sitting in the middle of the fairway on 12. Lucky makes good.
A little bit of action there on the chains.
Little action on the chains. And that bogey takes her back to 6 down. Juliana, the course record in the FPO division is 7 under. She was sitting there after 9 holes. I think if things keep going the way they are, I think we might be seeing a new one.
Definitely possible.
Back 9 brings its own series of challenges. Players just past the halfway point as they finish hole 10. And a tough one for this lead feature card. Togius Moniste on 18. And a rough double bogey to finish the day brings her to 1 under par. She's tied for 9th place going into round 2. Another player excited to go back to her home country of Estonia to represent. And Sophia Donica, also tough number on the 18th to go back to even.
But check out hole number 6.
I'm having a tough time imagining anything other than a beautiful air shot turnover backhand.
I imagine that is the correct line that she threw to get an ace on that protected basket.
Back to scores. 6 down through 10. Holland Hanley has the lead over Julia Forsch. Hansen, Wynn, tied for 3rd at 3 down. Now Julia, again on 12.
Great position.
And that's just going to be kind of a chip up to the green. Let's fly hole number 11.
This is 87 meters, 285 feet. Plays a tiny bit longer than that. It's a very subtle uphill, but most importantly, you just need to stay straight and in the middle of this fairway. It gets tighter as you get closer to the basket, and you can see how it falls away on the right-hand side.
You can scan the QR code and download Untapped and tap into a huge community of beer enthusiasts. And you can get a special DGPT badge when you check in a beer at the disc golf course. Download Untapped today. Katie Tati on 11. Wow, what a shot. Picture perfect. Holland Hanley.
Oh my goodness.
It can't be this easy. Now Kristen going mid.
Wow. Pulled that a little bit to the right, catches the limbs, but filters through and is just as close as Holland and Katie.
And Lucky riding that right side. Got to hit the brakes.
By all other measures, that is an exceptional drive. But when her 3 competitors are a combined total of 3 meters away from the basket, that might not feel so good.
Let's take a look at that Katie Tati drive to kick things off. Just that little bit of hyzer. Held the line forward. Perfect landing. Holland said, okay, well, apparently that's the blueprint.
A little bit faster, not quite as floaty, but just as effective.
It literally slides over Katie Tati's disc. This was maybe a little gift from the disc golf gods.
Ricochet right towards the pin.
With how much unpredictability there is on this course, take what you can get. You celebrate those moments where you can just find yourself in the bullseye. And Kristen is leading the tour in that stat category. Weak side stick for Lorenzen. That's going to be a birdie and more than likely your star frame on the really, really tough 11th. It's a very specific shot. Not as much team spirit as the chase feature card. You know, no one's jingling the chains, but respect to the 4 birdies we just witnessed. After ring boom tapped in, Cat Merch doing the same. And that was unexpected. She'd been taking her time all around, making real nice calculated decisions, but you know what? This might be the splash of cold water that wakes her up. Gorgeous drone scenic flying over the Krokhol Disc Golf Park. Brought to you by Flight Factory. Scan the QR code. Head on over to flightfactorydisc.com. Check out a huge array of discs, apparel, you name it. Now up ahead, Jenny Karppinen. Hole 12.
Turn that over into the woods. There's not out of bounds right there, but that is definitely not where you want to be.
Tree line on both sides funnels in towards the middle. The more you want to bite off, the more specific your landing has to be. Cadence. Ida hoping for that to hit the brakes.
Right on the edge, it'll be interesting to see if she has a line to go over the pond on her second shot.
Saarinen sits at 2 down, tied for 5th. Second shot, Karppinen. Pushes it off to the left side of the fairway, trying to open up that angle.
Left side's a little bit higher as well, so she's not throwing up over those trees quite as much.
Feature card. Stepping up to the tee of 12, but first, second shot for Burge down on the fairway. Heiser way left.
I don't think that cleared the OB.
And all that open space, Saarinen not able to capitalize. That's going to be out of bounds. And what a day to come spectate disc golf out there in Norway. Best players in the world here getting ready for a stretch of 2 major championships back-to-back starting next week in Estonia. And Kristen gets to go back home after just a strenuous season. Tons of U.S. travel. And now Julia Forsch next, hoping to come back after kind of a foolish mistake on the 12th. She still sits in second.
That's a safe play.
Holland still very much in control, 7 down through 11 holes. Let's throw it down to Perkins. Perkins, what do you got for us? What are you feeling down there on the ground?
I'm going to back up here, Silva. Yeah, it's pretty calm here on the 12th. This is one of the more protected fairways, and I really feel like the eagle's in play, especially for some of the bigger arms. I feel like Kristen and Holland could certainly push the far end of this fairway just before you get to the pond. Again, this OB line, it really kind of closes in. There's a little pinch point, and you want to get up into the center. If you're up left, there's this big bush you have to throw over. You want to get into the center so you have the shot that Silva just had. If there is any wind these players are feeling, there's a little bit of a tailwind over their right shoulder, which is going to kind of push the discs more toward the rough on the left.
And Juliana, you've said in your eyes this is the signature hole out here at this property. Just gorgeous scenery all around.
Another one of those really fun downhill shots to start with.
Ooh, Katie finds that left side. Might be a frustrating position to throw from.
She may have to just lay up before the pond.
Holland not wanting to see the disc fly at all. She just wants to throw that thing into the ground, put it in play. Very well thrown shot from Kristen. Being on the left side, does that open up more of that power hyzer on the second for her?
It's hard to tell from this angle. There is that large tree on the left front side of the pond, and that's what I'm not sure how that comes into play with where Kristen is lining up.
A lot of green space on this opening tee shot, but very few places do you have that perfect look up the fairway. Cadence Burge. Pinched off on the third shot. And not a bad throw from that lie. That's going to be a look for birdie. Feature card walking up the fairway. Perkins, JK says this is one of the signature holes in her eyes. How do you feel walking there on the ground right now?
Yeah, it's a beautiful hole. I think the fourth for me from the MPO pad is the one that sticks out in my memory after competing at this course. But this is a great one. Really dynamic. Love what they did with the OB on the short side of the pond, making the players think about this. You could see the disc just kind of fall out of Holland's hand. You got to think that she's trying to push as far up the first part of the fairway as possible, and because of the downhill nature and the risk of going deep OB, kind of fell out of her hand. She's going to have to throw a little hyzer over the pond now. The miss is definitely left side, though. You can see Cadence was able to make something happen, missing way left, and there's no OB up here.
Now my question is, I wonder if Holland got the Norway hat in the airport when she landed, or she pre-ordered the Norway hat to represent. It's an exciting time for the U.S. players. Every season they get to come over here and do this. You know, the European players have to come to the States to play a bulk of these Pro Tour events, but it's definitely a fun feeling when it's not months at a time that you have to come overseas. Definitely huge respect to the European players for what they do year in and year out. Waiting on the players to clear out on the green of 12. Kristen just taking a break. Looks like some spectators clearing out of the fairway. And just a little reminder of how far we've come as a game. The Porsche logo on a disc golf bag. Kristen just pushing the envelope so many different ways. Hanley second.
Plenty of height. That's just what Nate said. Hyzer over the pond, letting it fade out to the left.
Now Julia up to 14.
A little overturned.
Not out of bounds, but off the fairway. They have her about 82 feet away from the pin. Katie, yeah, just in that frustrating spot. Lorenzen second. It's got to get up. It does not. Hannah Wynn, first time we're seeing her of the day. Nice weak side stick. She's going to finish the day 3 under par. It's been a solid year for Hannah Wynn as well. Seen some big progression over the years. Now Kristen's second shot from the left side. borderline jump putt layup range for Kristen.
However, she's up on a slope, and those trees have some low limbs, so I'm not sure if she's going to have a line to the basket.
Now Katie Tati looking just, well, is there a shot here? Can she try to turn one over to the green?
She's shown us some very talented turnover shots already.
Here we go. Really nice line. It's going to be a long look. Julia up on 14, her second shot.
Oh my gosh.
Sit on down. That. Oh. That is brutal.
That shot was too good. Very punishing.
And I believe she's okay. This is still her third shot. She didn't find the water. Taking her time. Much better. 13-footer for bogey. That will take her back to 3 under par. Burge on 13. Over the water.
What confidence in that disc. Very slow turn.
With that slope down to the left. It's a tricky backhand. Carpenter going driver.
That's not going to do it. Throwing over water 90% of this hole. That's a nice looking line.
Ida playing up the high side. Silva sits at 2 down. Tied for 6th. What a shot. Holland got to slow things down here on her third. Yeah, like you said, having to go to this really nice pan shot. About 14 meters for a really nice birdie save. This to go to 8 down. Got it. Squeaks it in just over the tray.
More often than not, those will bounce out and not in. So a little lucky there for Holland. She got away with one.
Tati for par. Yes. Lorenzen takes a bogey. And Kristen, just tactical play here on 12. Tap in birdie. She's slowly heating up. That's going to take her to 3 under par. Yeah, let's take another look at this Hanley putt.
Right on line, just a little bit too low. In the basket.
Yeah, she knows it wasn't a good stroke. she's very grateful, but she knows she didn't feel the best about that putt. Burge now. There's the Cadence Burge we know. Birdie putt from the hill.
No fear of the drop-off behind.
Birdie on 13 brings her to a tie for 7th. She's 2 down. Silva actually a little shorter than I thought. A little shove from the headwind. And a scary bogey look for Karppinen. She would go on to double bogey from there. And Ida will take the par as they move on to hole number 14. We're going to take a quick commercial break right here on the network. We'll be right back.
Latitude 64º boys down here. Just finished checking out the telemetry your map, and everything is A-OK.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
This summer, discover Estonia and feel the energy of Tallinn. From July 17th, the European Disc Golf Festival brings the sport's biggest stars to the legendary Tallinn Song Festival grounds. Experience world-class disc golf in a land of wild nature, vibrant culture, and medieval charm. Estonia is waiting. Tallinn is calling. Get your tickets now at svibi.com.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB Disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Welcome back. Here we are, hole number 15, Matilda Ringboom from Sweden. And that's going to be just fine. Forsh.
Nice power.
Right down the right side of the fairway. Holland now on 13. And this is a luxury to get to go slow, overstable approach disc on the flick here. 96 meters. Oh, that's just a complete miss. Out of bounds. Now Kristen on the other side going driver. Safe.
This is a rather intimidating drive. Not only do you have this tight tunnel coming out of this dense forest, but you've got that fence on the right-hand side. You really want to pull it to the right to stay safe over the water, but that's not an option.
Nate Perkins, we saw a pretty big misfire from Holland Hanley as we watch Burge here. Can you kind of explain to us what Holland has to deal with on this next shot?
Yeah, that was the worst moment to hold on to the forehand a little too long. It's almost like she's throwing the same hole now, throwing her third. Slow approach here. Little bit of tailwind. She wants to hit the front side of this hill and scoot it up into the circle. And if you go deep with this pin, it is a drop off to more OB.
Thanks, Perks. Amelia Nessa bouncing off the left side, just on the circle's edge for birdie. Silva, soft turnover. Not too shabby. Speaking of what Perkins had mentioned to us, here's Hanley's shot. Same disc she was teeing off with. Gives you a much better look at what the players actually are facing when they're throwing off the tee. That is a slope directly into the water. Up ahead 15, Ringboom.
Nicely done, playing the safe hyzer around the right side.
Now Forsh, second shot down the right side. Oh, that's got a cut roll. It does. Wipe the sweat from your brow. You are safe. Lucky's third. And I'm pretty sure she's safe. Scores have her listed as putting for birdie. That's a layup. We'll verify that in a second. Layup from Tati. And now this is Holland's bogey. She showed us this in Kansas City when she won. She was up against the wall. She had these kind of defensive feeling putts and was consistently cashing them. That's what champions do. It's a little scary when a putt goes from I get to make this putt to I have to make this putt. Cadence Burge, look for birdie. Oh, well, that's what we missed. What a shot. Cadence Burge, 3 in a row. That takes her to 3 under par, tied for 4th place in her first ever tournament round in the country of Norway. It's got to fill you with some pride to see some of this young talent just starting to blossom.
It makes me excited for the future, that's for sure.
Well, the young talent's still looking to beat world number 1 Kristen Lott, sitting at 3 under par right now on 14. Another sawed-off forehand down to the right. We saw Force down to there to the right, and she was safe. No update for Lott. Katie Tati deep at the pin. Gotta watch the landing with these drivers coming in on hyzer.
Holland keeping it low to try to mitigate that, but it's on the edge of the out of bounds. I'm not sure if she's safe or not.
Perkins, we see you up there by the green. Can we get a confirmation?
Yeah, I can't quite tell on Holland's disc. I can walk over and check it out, but man, what a mistake by Holland on 2 of the easier holes on the course when you have the weapon that she has with the forehand. You just really can't miss here, and I'm not seeing it inbounds, and yeah, that's going to be an out-of-bounds shot for Hanley. She's going to go to this drop zone, which, again, it's not cake, right? She still has to approach here, and the forehand's not feeling great for her.
It feels like the forehand, if you take it, just from my perspective, is more of that Kristen Lott style forehand. You drag it out to the left, it softly lands. Now back to ring boom on 15. Bleeds off left. Green flag. Now Julius, her third, looking for that turn, same miss. And she will not get the green flag. Rapid fire up to Burge.
Excellent. Very similar to Julia's, hugging that right side, but confident that it will fade back at the very end.
Would have had to, I think.
Perkins, can you kind of clarify the drop zone? It looks like they're not throwing from there.
Yeah, I thought it was mandatory. I believe it's actually optional. She did cross inbounds just outside of C1, so she'll have a 12-meter putt uphill. Pretty calm.
Christian just listed as off the fairway, laying up. And now Holland with her par look. Another one of these putts. She does get that semicircle. Doesn't have to go straight out from where she went out of bounds. Just trying to find some balance on the slope. This is for par. Really going to have to punch this one if she wants to put it in.
Did a good job getting the curve on that.
Yeah,
Just
not
a little
bad
short.
effort. Yeah. I think some of my favorite putts to watch go in are the ones that are kind of punched on that anhyzer. They slow drift into the basket. It's really hard to pull off. And with that bogey, she goes back to 6 under par. Second place, Ringboom Hansen at 4. Katie wants nothing to do with the drop off. Bogey brings her back to 6. She's up 2. And your feature card will move on to hole number 15. But first, Matilda Ringboom on the green. Just a layup. And Force doing the same thing, but laying up for bogey. Back to Saarinen, her second. Conservative in the middle. Now Karpin in second from the left side. I see all of these second shots very, very conservative. Is that because of kind of the pinch points with the OB?
Because of the pinch points, because it's a blind landing zone, and because you don't need that extra distance to get to the pin on your next shot.
Matilda Ringboom on 16, hanging one out over the OB right.
Excellent shot.
Matilda, one of the veterans in the FPO division right now, been around a decent amount of time.
She's still a very young player. Whew.
And just to give some perspective, 7-7 to Juliana and I when it comes to PDGA numbers, still pretty young. Now we're in the, what, 300,000 numbers? It's just, it's weird to say veteran, but creeping up into that category now.
Well, she comes from a Frisbee family. I first met her in 2015 in Florida at an overall tournament. And she was, I'm not even sure she was a teenager yet.
Now Julia. Has kind of fallen out of focus since that short miss back on the 12th. Still hanging in there, still under par. Reading instructions better than I would have done at 13. Ida. And that is going to cut roll out of bounds. Cadence Burge. She's 3 down. And sticks it in not a very conservative second shot. Put some power into that.
Keeping that nice and low, not allowing the disc to get up in the air and fade off to the left or go too far behind as the land slopes away in both those directions.
Karpinen keeping it low as well. Very well done. Kristen and Katie, longtime practice partners. Katie had a stint where she came over to the U.S. a couple years ago. Hasn't traveled here too much over the past couple years. Won the Carolina Clash at the end of last year in North Carolina on her way to the Throw Pink Women's Championship. Julia from the drop zone.
It's a very challenging drop zone. The OB is only 8 feet, 2-3 meters behind the basket.
Burge looking to hit the brakes. Cadence with another shot at birdie. That could be 4 in a row. Late charge. She's currently in a tie for 4th. And here is Kristen on the tee of 15.
Fairly aggressive play by Kristen. Finding the left out of bounds.
When it comes to that barricade in the middle, is there a side the players would rather be on off the tee?
I would prefer to be towards the right side of it. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter. If you're off to the left, you still hyzer around it and take the right side typically on your second shot.
Oh, that is brutal. I think they were... Yeah, Katie was hoping for that to skip back in bounds, and that did not happen. OB kind of bubbled inwards.
Did you see it? You're like, what are you doing?
Renson hoping for that to stick. Red flag. Back-to-back bogeys on 13 and 14 for Holland.
Holland playing it safe, keeping it in the middle.
This is the bogey putt for Forsch, and showing a little maturity laying up that putt. We saw her do that earlier this round. And just like that, with that birdie on 16, Ringboom moves to one behind Holland Hanley at 5 under par.
Matilda birdieing 5 of the last 7 holes.
I think this is kind of what I'm loving about this Krokhol course and this FPO layout. There's scoreable holes everywhere, but there's challenge on every single hole. We could see swings any part on this course.
Okay.
Nimble. Oh, the guardian of the bridge, of course. Long look for Saarinen for birdie. Yes. Saarinen sits at 3 under par, tied for third. Tati lines up her shot in the fairway. Burge up on the green. And that is going to be another birdie for Burge. That's 4 in a row. She's now 4 under par. And this has been cadence all season. Just slowly creeping up the leaderboard.
She doesn't get in a lot of trouble.
No. And does it while being a 99% backhand dominant player. Just really cool to see her style evolve. Green flag. Great view here of the shape of the fairway.
Good shot. That was low enough that that wasn't going to fade off into the OB on the right-hand side.
I said this yesterday during the match play, but the small tree in the middle that's still growing, instead of being wrapped with a bunch of artificial material, I love that they're finding creative, natural ways to guard it from being chipped up from shots. And they've done this all over the course.
Yeah, on hole 3, the really wooded hole, you don't even notice, but there are long tree limbs alongside all of the trees. So it's so natural that it's not even visible.
And I think just as a lover of the sport, I think keeping it natural and showcasing the beauty of the terrain that we're playing on is high priority. Ring boom now on 17. Have her listed as 196 away. The approach.
Into an island. Soft landing, well done.
She is on fire right now. Kristen found her shot out of bounds left, but still way up the fairway, almost past the barricade. And no problem there, just a soft second shot. We can call it third after the OB penalty. As we walk up the fairway, Perkins, we're talking about how this course is scoring and how they're scoring, and then also punishment around every corner. What have you enjoyed about how this course has been playing in round one?
Yeah, it's dynamic. I mean, even the shorter holes gave, the hottest player of the day the most trouble, right? And all 3 of her bogey strokes were pretty much instant. She made the mistake and she paid the price, and it just makes for interesting golf. It keeps you on your toes as both the player and the spectator, and just a lot of variety out here. They're looking at a pretty strong headwind gust right now on their final approaches.
Cadence Burge, left side of the green. Another chance for birdie from circle 1. Her 5th in a row. She has officially defrosted, folks. Saarinen. Clean. Simple shot down the hill, putting for birdie from about 8 meters. A little bit short. What do the players have to pay attention to on this approach to the green?
You can't go long here, and I think that's why we're seeing people come up short, because it drops off drastically, and there is OB all around the all sides of the basket.
Holland, again, just looking one angle sidearm, something slow. Is that an intentional layup, or do you think she was running the green on that?
It's hard to say.
Yeah.
Before she threw, I would have expected to see her running the green, but after that shot, I'm not exactly sure if that was a layup or not.
Sometimes there's definitely some merit in just keeping the blood pressure low and throwing the shot that you know you can execute.
And that is the shot that caused the most recent bogeys. Pulling it a little bit left, having it a little bit short, so putting it in the fat part of the fairway is not a bad idea.
Kristen doing the same thing, but sticking it a little bit closer. This does give her a pretty nice birdie putt. We've kind of seen this from Kristen this year. She'll put up a good number, maybe 4th place, 3rd place, and then throughout the weekend she ramps up, makes her adjustments. And a local to this beautiful disc golf property, Anniken Sten, back home. Grabs the par there. She's going to be 2 under par, tied for 8th place. It's a long road for these European players touring in the United States so much. It must feel so good to get back home for a bit. Lorenzen's 5th. Just fine. And Holland has opened the door the past couple of holes. Bogey, bogey, par, 13, 14, and 15. Matilda Ringboom playing well. Cadence Burge playing well. Kristen lurking in the shadows.
I'm like 9 meters. I don't have mine yet. Here you go. I'm on the hill.
And Kristen has a shot here to pull within 2. And actually, that's my mistake. The OB penalty off the tee shot does not make that the situation. That's now a bogey that pulls her away from Holland.
That was a very awkward stance. Not able to get her hips square to the basket.
Bogey tap in ahead for Kristen. Bogey for Tati. Par for Holland Hanley as they move on to 16, 17, 18. Dynamic stretch of finishing holes out here at Krokhol. This is for Ringboom to go to 6 down and tie the lead. Got it. Opportunity to tie the course record on 18. Burge for birdie on 16. 5 in a row. She goes to 4. Sorry, 5 down. We have a battle unfolding already. Take a break. Go get a snack. Go get a drink. One more commercial break here on the network. We'll see you soon.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella?
Yes, sir. Try out this Venom.
Thanks, man.
Ooh, Calvin, looking good today.
Calvin Heimberg.
Sorry, hey, oh, sorry, excuse me, look, hey, thank you. A Nakwa, I'm looking for a Nakwa. Do you have one?
Hey, Germ, you can't cut in line.
My apologies, you may have noticed I just cut you in line. I'm just looking for a Nakwa.
A Nakwa? Here, use mine.
Got it, thanks.
Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
Welcome back, folks. Holland Hanley tied for the lead, hole 16.
Sit.
Just deep, red flag. The wheels have been falling off on this home stretch. And Kristen also out of bounds. Need to hit the brakes early on this hole. Just like that. Beautiful shot. Up to the drop zone. Oh, the drop zone is right at that tweener distance. You can't jump putt it.
And the water is even slightly more dangerous because you're just a little bit off to the left.
There's the commitment for Kristen, but is it too far?
That's not going to stay.
Double bogey from 9 feet. And now a player who's heating up on 17, Cadence Burge. She's on 5 in a row.
It's a little bit tight.
Holland's bogey. Oh, she's lucky the flag was there.
Very aggressive run. Hard to imagine that that stayed in, being high above the basket.
Gotta imagine she just told herself, do you want to make the putt? Okay, you better throw it hard.
As Nate mentioned earlier, it's these smaller holes that Holland's having trouble with. Definitely not an easy hole, but it is a smaller hole.
And that drop zone is just so punishing. It's not like she can go OB, take her tap in for a par. And wow, 16 proving to us just how dynamic it is. And this is the theme here in Krokhol. This is going to be a battle down to the wire. Cadence, second shot.
Coming in at a good angle. Stays very near the basket.
6 feet. Parked for birdie. 6 in a row. Catch your breath, folks. What are your thoughts right now, JK?
I'm just so excited seeing the young talent rise. Now Cadence in the lead. 1 hole to play.
Ring boom on 18. Big second shot down the hill in the par 5. Perkins, we're seeing stroke swings all over the place. What are you making of this this first round?
Yeah, that was kind of shocking right there to watch Holland and Kristen both double that hole. I don't want to call it an easy hole because of how close the OB is, but the misses were big right there. I mean, Holland knows that she has to come up short, and you know, she should have been able to give herself a closer look for the single bogey. And yeah, it's wild that Holland's not in the lead with the way that she came out on that front 9. I mean, she honestly, if she plays 13 and 14 for birdie, she's at 10. Instead, she goes back-to-back bogeys. So she's probably in a similar state of disbelief about her score right now. And the way that Cadence has just strung these birdies together has been impressive. I'm actually going to peel off and watch her play the 18th and catch her for an interview after that.
Just saw Tati way up the fairway. Lorenzen off the rocks on the right side. She's safe. Now Holland. Yes.
Wow.
Essentially trying to get as close to this far OB line as possible. Island green on the second.
There's a little bit of slope on all sides of this green, so if you come in on an angle, you need to make sure that you're coming in on the upslope instead of the downslope, where you most likely skip out of bounds.
Ella Hansen taps in the birdie on 18 to go to 4 down, tied for 3rd place. Solid opening day. And ring boom now. 3rd shot. Big downhill turnover. And the spotter marks where it went out of bounds, and that was the one mistake you don't want to make.
Lucky just laying up, not attempting to go to the green.
I like the length of this hole because it says, okay, go ahead, throw as far and aggressive as you want. You'll get heavily rewarded, making the island a lot easier to stick. Kristen in the tie for 13th place. She's gone single, double bogey, 15 and 16. Perfect. Nice bounce back birdie. Katie, sidearm. Hops the rock out of bounds.
Hole 17, any shot from the fairway that lands out of bounds must proceed to the drop zone. You can see the little square sign of the drop zone at the front of that fairway.
And Holland with just a chip, and it stays in bounds on the island. And the battle's just so close right now. Cadence Burge still with the opportunity to go to 7 under and tie that course record. And Lorenzen sticks the bullseye. Now Katie, short range from the drop zone. Still sitting at 2 down. And that's going to be a bogey for Katie Tatti. It's going to bring her back to 1 down. Burge on the tee of 18. And she is smashing the disc. That is way up the fairway. Tollin to get back to 5. Inching back. And while Lorenzen is tapping in, it's crunch time, folks. Ad-free, rest of the show, brought to you by our friends at 1010 Discs. And our players will move on to the tee of 18. Silva going standstill.
Laying up to that first OB line.
Yeah, just trying to piece the hole apart. Saw Cadence take the aggressive line, clearing the initial OB. And now Ringbum's final approach to the green. Well, that will do it. She's 13 feet away from the basket, putting for bogey to bring her back to 5 down. Very respectable start to the day. Hole number 18.
945 feet, 288 meters. Very far downhill. You can see this out of bounds area where there's the valley. Either you lay up in front of it or you try to go big behind it. The OB starts to feel a little tight if you try to go beyond that out of bounds, and then turning to go to the basket, there are 2 openings. This is the larger one. There is one through the trees as well if you're lined up perfectly. We saw Matilda fade off to the left. There's still a significant downhill component to this shot towards the basket.
And this is to close out the day at 5 down. And that's going to leave a sour taste in her mouth, but still a very solid opening day on a course that's given players a lot of problems. And a solid putt there from Kielis. Julia forced to finish out her day. Moments of brilliance. Short miss on 12, kind of started the downslope of the score. And Ringboom will currently be on that lead card. Cadence, second shot.
Wow, she's already down on the plateau where the basket is. This should be a fairly straightforward birdie for her.
This is one of the more dynamic and just straight up cooler par fives that I've seen in a hot minute. Ability to lay up short, risk reward if you want to clear the first OB, double fairway down the hill. Karppinen shot, caught up barely. Yikes. A couple of feet away. Gallery funneling down the fairway of 18. And it's Cadence Burge with the late heroics. Opportunity to tie the course record, her very first time seeing this place in tournament.
Hole 18 is actually still used for the golf course, and we were not allowed to play this up until, I believe it was Wednesday evening.
Amelia Nessa, she's one down.
And I mentioned yesterday during match play that as we were walking hole 18, because we just finished 17 and we had to walk around, there were some traditional golfers on the hole. And they stopped and asked if we were lost, if we needed to go somewhere. And I was expecting them to maybe chastise us for being on their green. And instead, they asked Gannon Burr for his autograph.
Come a long way. Saarinen's third shot down the hill.
Unforced error, that was a wide opening, pulled that into the trees on the right.
Lots of wind down there by the green. Got word from our PDGA Europe media director down there that a lot of players misjudging the wind on their putts on 18. We got to get up to Silva's lie after the missed shot. But first, Karppinen, fourth shot. Oh, just slammed by the wind. Completely denied. OB again. It has been a tough finish. And here she is again with a decision to make. And that will do down there on the playing surface. You know, it feels like sometimes you can tell, oh, the front nine is more scoreable than the back. I don't know if I have an answer on this track. You look at the scoring spread, and it is all over the place, especially on some of these more home stretch holes. Hole 16, 23% birdie, 33% par, 13% bogey, 31% double or worse. And you see this with multiple holes out here.
Well, on 16, the difference between a great shot and a shot that is out of bounds is just a matter of inches.
It feels like the perfect place for a hole like that. Par 3 16, par 4 17 with a touchy island, and then 18 with all sorts of decisions you have to make. Now Saarinen's fourth. Very well done, just outside the bullseye. Saarinen will likely make the lead card. Aggression from Holland. She just squeaks in bounds. And the aggression over the first OB gives the player the option to then try to get down to the flat in two, like we saw with Cadence. Yeah, Kristen in just a really, really nice spot.
The OB middle section is wide enough that it really makes you think. I mean, laying up feels too short, but going for it seems like a big ask.
Katie Tati, even with her distance, plays the conservative play short. We're talking about scoring spread. Currently only 3 birdies on the day. But then you look at the other stats. 33% par, 18% bogey, 43% double or worse. I think we might see more players tomorrow going for that conservative play. Timing just off today for Lorenzen. Been a tough day out there, but again, bigger things on the horizon for Lucky, and couldn't be happier for her and Greg. Cadence, big approach here. You need to stick this close on this windy green. And there's her shot. Here's the putt for birdie to tie the course record. Got it. 7 birdie streak to finish. Each of those birdies brings her under par to tie the course record. What a finish. She is your leader. And it's shaping up to be a very interesting lead card. The 17-year-old Amelia Nessa stays in the top 10, 1 under par. Sorry, actually with the bogey that takes her out of the top 10, but still a respectable start to the weekend. Cadence Burge. The jet lag does not exist. Tati's second.
Well, perhaps it just took Cadence the front 9 to warm up.
Yeah.
Maybe if there was no jet lag, maybe she would have had a string of birdies on the front 9 as well.
Well, lucky for the FPO field, it only kicked in on the back. And this is Tati's 4th shot. trying to play conservative and going OB. Well, this has me excited. Very, very excited. It feels like there are pivotal moments that can happen spontaneously. Kristen second. She sits at 1 down, tied for 9th. Step 2 complete. She's down on the flat. Birdie would take her to the chase card. Now Holland.
Oh, that checks up just in time. Very nearly finds the OB line, but she does stay safe.
And she has a shot to go 1 behind Cadence. She can get back to 6. And wild to think that she was 7 after the front 9. OB all around that basket. One of the most exposed parts of the course. Tough shot here for Katie.
Just a little earlier, we saw Yenny's disc get slammed down after flying through that gap. KT doesn't have the advantage of knowing that that was what happened to another opponent.
That tough right to left wind. Really, really well executed. As it sits right now, Tati is also at 1 down, but after the OB, going to be taking some bogey strokes here. It's kind of an up and down day for her. Keep rolling. Yes. Okay. Still, looking at the leaderboard, seeing Burge's name in first place again. She beat Holland Hanley, #1 in the U.S., in Des Moines. Like you said, gave that Champions interview like she's done them plenty of times. And now here she is, first time playing overseas, at the top of the leaderboard. Unbelievable stuff.
With Kristen in the field.
With the world #1 undisputed in the field. And it seems like that's always the case. You get a win in the Pro Tour. If she's not in the field, everybody likes to chirp. Well, this is Cadence's chance. Final shot to the green. Really nice shot. Tough wind out there. You know, there's a lot of people like you we were talking about that say, "Oh, well, Kristen wasn't in the field, that it doesn't count." Is that simply because of the pure talent that she brings to the field, or is there a different effect when Kristen Bott signs up for a tournament?
I think a little of both, though externally, Cadence does not show any fear or anxiety regardless of the situation. Now, she told us in the interview that she was terrified, so we know that she is feeling it, but she does an exceptional job of keeping it under wraps.
Kristen, final approach to the green. I thought it was nice to see her break character back in Des Moines. That final shot, watching Hollins go out of bounds, realizing she could win, hyperventilating with her caddy. It's not all robot. There's a human down there, and it's an 18-year-old kid just living out her dream. Hollins third. And that should result in a birdie, bringing her to solo second place. 6 down, 1 off Cadence Burge. And I thought for a bit, you know, who's going to be that young player from the States that rises to the elite level? We see it happen in Europe all the time. We saw it with Evelina and Henna when they first started coming along. Now Julia, both Idas. Great to see one from the States as well performing the way she has.
Another fresh face from the States, Rebecca Don, coming on strong as well.
Yes, and getting to showcase her skills out there in Des Moines. These young players just getting to grow up watching so much coverage and studying the players, being sponges. The mechanics from these 13, 14, 15-year-olds is just unbelievable. Lorenzen finishes her day with a bogey. And Kristen parked for birdie, grabs it, moves to 2 down. She'll be on the chase card tomorrow. And a roller coaster round is over for Holland Hanley. She's at 6 down, second place. And the battle now begins.
Players have to finalize scores. Your front nine was 5.
I didn't miss a C1 in regulation until 4-8, but I made it.
Yeah, no, I know. I was keeping it in my head. Like, yeah, and then no beans. Yeah, never in the back, but again, it was two of the same shot.
7 down in the front 9, 1 over on the back. There's going to be a lot of daydreaming back at the Airbnb tonight. Adjusting game plans.
Okay, Holland 4, Kristen 4, KT 7, and Bucky 6.
quick break here on the network. On the other side, the after show. We'll break it all down. And then we have the OTB shot of the day.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64. Discover Estonia. Feel the thrill of Tallinn. The European Disc Golf Festival kicks off July 17th with the world's top players. Get your tickets now at svibi.com.
There. And then back, stop.
So what's the timing here?
In 3, 2...
Hey, Paul! Good to see you!
Hey!
We are outside.
We are together.
Oh my!
We are healthy.
We are inclusive.
Smile.
Smile. You are playing
Disc golf.
PDGA Europe.
Smile.
Welcome into the DGN booth. Brian Earhart, Juliana Korver, reflecting on a really interesting round one here at Krokhol. Before we do that, let's throw it straight to the interview with Cadence Burge, your leader going into round number 2.
Cadence, it looks like that jet lag might have worn off on the back nine. You didn't get your first birdie until late on the front, even going into the back, and then you get 7 in a row to shoot 7 on the day. That actually ties the course record here at Krokhol. It does, ties the course record. First time in Europe, can you kind of talk about what it means to be out here playing and how your opening round felt?
I'm super excited to go to Europe. I've never been out of the country before, so the fact that disc golf has brought me this opportunity, honestly, is just really awesome. I'm glad I can be here.
Pretty windy out there.
Yeah, it's a little windy right now. It wasn't too bad during the round around the trees, but it got a little more special on 18 and 17.
Can you kind of talk about how you're feeling? How is it to cross the pond and actually shake off that jet lag today?
Honestly, I was feeling pretty rough when I first got here. We got here on Tuesday, and so I practiced. I had 3 days practice, and I wasn't sleeping very well. Last night I went to the store and bought some melatonin, and I actually slept through the night for the first time here, so maybe that's why I played good today. But yeah.
And kind of talk about the specifics of how your game felt. I mean, 7 in a row to close out here in this wind on that back nine is pretty impressive.
Thank you. The front nine was definitely rougher. Like I said, I was like even, I think. I kind of was thinking about what was going wrong, and it seemed to be maybe slightly lack of commitment. Like a lot of shots needed to get a little bit turn on them, and I just wasn't turning them. And so the back nine I was kind of focused on committing to all my shots and just landing in the fairway, playing my game, and I was doing that and making putts.
Yeah, making putts, the putt I just saw on 18 in the wind, you kind of looked at it an extra moment to make sure it actually stuck. I want to talk to you about, is that your father on the bag? And just how cool was it to have him with you in Des Moines and then for him to travel to Europe with you?
Yes, that is my dad on the bag. I'm glad that he could be here with me. Usually he doesn't caddy. A lot of times when he's at tournaments, I either won't let him, I'll make him stay in the crowd, or oftentimes he just can't go, especially now that I'm traveling by myself full time. So I'm really glad that he has the opportunity to be out here because he really enjoys watching disc golf and being a part of it all.
All right, Cadence, thank you so much for your time, guys. That's Cadence Burge. That's a course record on her first ever round in Europe.
That is great. I didn't know those course records. That's really cool. I didn't know what it rated either.
All right, thanks for your time. We'll see you on the lead card tomorrow.
Thank you.
Just a delight to listen to talk about her game. What do you make of that interview?
She's in the moment. She's not looking at the big picture. She's just executing each shot, which is very important to play well, and she showed us that she can do that. One thing that I think is interesting is that she gained 8 strokes on Holland Handley in the last 9 holes. Absolutely amazing.
And with the course playing the way it did, you wonder if it's very easily going to be the opposite tomorrow. I mean, it seems like every single hole has a pivotal moment on it. One takeaway for me, as we look at these scores, I love that Cadence is not overthinking anything. She said, you know what? I just need to, I'm not committing to my shots. I need to commit to them. And then instantly, boom, she turns it around. That just shows you that she is dialed in right now. She's out here on tour and she's feeling good about her game. She's not thinking about her mechanics or anything like that. Like you said, in the moment and just loving it. Holland, though, has some things to work on. Some of these shorter holes that were getting birdied by quite a bit of the field gave her some trouble. What do you think about Holland and what she needs to do tomorrow?
It's almost like she lost focus on some of these smaller holes. I mean, obviously she had a scorching start, and between the two of them, they birdied 15 different holes, and only 4 of the holes were the same.
Well, lots of good shots out there. I'm totally down to get this wrong, this OTB shot of the day. My guess, Juliana, is going to be right off the bat, Holland Handley birdieing hole 1 of 3 birdies on the day.
I think that's an excellent guess, and that is one of the shots that I was remembering as well. I would love, however, to see it go to maybe Katie Tate on hole 6, the beautiful turnover, or even Julia Force on hole 10, the near ace run.
Well, 2 picks for JK, 1 for me. Let's see it. What is this? And you know what? This is when me and you kind of looked at each other like, okay, Holland's coming to play today. She's birdieing the 360-foot uphill par 3. It is going to be a shootout this weekend at Krokhol. That is your OTB shot of the day. That is wrapping things up for round number 1 with the FPO division. But don't go anywhere too long. We got MPO action coming up as well out here at Krokhol. We will see you soon. Get a snack, take a break, maybe practice your own putt. We'll see you soon.